everybody. It's Gravity Expo, and took a break. Was sick, and still I'm a little bit sick if you can't tell. But we're back, and we're gonna do some MSQ for Final Fantasy 6.0. So if you guys don't want any spoilers, I would click off the video now. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, don't want to get kicked. Second. Alright, yeah. Let's go and get to it. Do some main story quests here. Let's see. Where is it supposed to go? Next ship to sail. Oh, there it is. Huh. Hey, it's been a while, guys. Of course, gotta do this as the new job reaper. Which I don't know about anybody else, but I've been having some good fun with that job. Here we go, the next ship to sail. Alright. Do you have some time to talk? We got together early in Dawn's respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? Take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that such structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephori. The Telephori stated purpose is to create the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith prevented their primal summoner. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Ehrenwald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. Too close. Sorry about that. As you know, the Telephori are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zeno C. Galvus, Crown Prince, and our dear friend. Dear friend. Yeah, I'm sure. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace, into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephori. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Get it? She's a cat. Catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. What? Master Fortunault's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The form knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Krill. She says the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Oh. Well, look at that. Lucky us. You're to head to Lensa Lamonsa and board the next ship bound for Charlene. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldism. Come to assist with the order's restoration. Well. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. Yeah, they haven't been at home for a while now. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Oh, we don't. Alright. To Limsalam. Welcome to the chat. Sorry if it's a little hard to hear me. Like I said, beginning I'm a little bit sick, so my voice isn't as strong as it normally is. I try to cough and do that away from the mic. Say it again though, this is a spoiler. I am doing new story quests. Wait, what? Oh, there it goes. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage. And the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlene should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Well, good thing for you I don't carry much luggage. Don't look at my inventory though. My inventory's full of stuff. I say we're heading to Charlene quicker than I thought though. I figured it might be a while before we actually headed there, so see what the story has in store for us.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny.
It's funny.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Oh, come on, man. You're not a street urchin.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
True words there, Yoranji.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Jeez, man. This guy talks, bro.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
The anime style with her hands on her
Will
hips.
this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Come on, Alphanod.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
He didn't like that.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Like a scolded child, man. That's funny. Sorry, I have to clean off my mat. It's just real freaking dirty. I can feel it on my desk. It's disgusting. It has all our dog hair from our husky. Alright, there we go. Alright.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Because, man, she's the evil one. She's a Zodiac. What's his name? Larry said so.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it's just
once
typical Tuesday
again,
for us.
I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my
Hey,
friends.
what's going on, Jay? No, I'm just playing some Final Fantasy, man. Doing some main story if you wanna watch it. Get spoiled. I remember you play Final Fantasy. Oh, you've never seen me either. Now you get to see me. What's going on? Here you go, Jay. Oh man, 14's a good one, man. Oh, if you like MMOs, it's a good one. Ooh, bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Nonsense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. I like the first option.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Hope your day's going alright, Jay.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
As you can tell, I was sick. So, still recovering. My voice is a little, off.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
He sounds very British, man, this guy. I feel like I'm talking to Don Udon. For those who don't know, it's a friend of ours.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Hey Jay, did you play the other remake? The one with Yuppie?
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
That's what's his name.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
I wonder if I forgot his name right now.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Emmett's song. There you go. It's cool to hear his voice again.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here we go, boys. On our way to Charlene. Yeah, it's laggy as hell. Everybody's here, I bet.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Welcome to the chat. Hope you don't mind spoilers.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Pretty sure this is Hyland.
Hear,
Yeah.
feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My
Yep.
warrior of light,
Anyway.
guided by the crystal.
Why now, Hyland? I can trust your words no longer. Ooh. Ooh, man. I'm gonna say number one because it's like, why now did she finally decide to show her face, you know? Like, she's been hiding this whole time when she could have, like, gone up to us personally. So, I'm gonna say number one.
After your sojourn and fast, I believe you have your answer.
Didn't answer my question at all.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal.
Yeah.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Twix sounds good right now. I could go for a Twix.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Hey, look at that. She's got almost like a same mask as the Asians almost. It's weird. I guess it would make sense because the Asians.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable.
Because the Asians summoned her too. So.
Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Bro, she's pretty tall, man. Oh.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I hear the song already.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
Oh man, I felt bad for them.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
That's right, Estinian.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I like the way characters never talk, it just nods. Warrior of Light, the world is going to be doomed. What are your thoughts? Nod. You're exactly right. Truer words could not be spoken. And all he did was nod.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
I was about to say that.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Oh, Charlie.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Plus, you know, like I'm the warrior light. I mean, come on. A lot of knowledge there.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Like looking at my outfit, it's like, yeah, you're here to restore stuff.
It
I'm
might
sure.
expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Like Ishtola and Grahatia, like, yeah, I can see them. Yeah, they're here to restore stuff. But like me and Estinian, come on now. It's like, sure.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I think Grit as well. It's like, yeah, you guys with the like scythe and spear and gunblade, yeah.
Greetings.
You're here to fix
We've
stuff.
just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Archon mark.
I am. Grahat here of the students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Dang, sounds all professional and shit. Like, how are you not gonna let him in?
Very Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Sorry, Estinian. You're not an Archon.
Ishtola rule.
She don't even need to write. She just holds up her hand.
See
And
how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
thank you, Alize, for the reading rainbow explanation. Like I couldn't figure that one out.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
That's gotta hurt. Everybody knows. It's like a Mexican novela.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
It's like, thanks for the reminder, bro. Or chica, whatever. I guess it's a girl.
These last two are not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Name and occupation. Venture by trade. Artisan. Champion of Eorzea. Yeah, that's not gonna get me kicked out, right? Let's see. Venture by trade. I like the adventure by trade one. Which one you guys think I should pick? Alright. I guess go with adventure by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided.
I should just
You
say
may enter.
champion of Eorzea.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh, that's not good.
If you'll allow me.
Squirrel.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Dang. She snapped back, like...
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Snarky.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I told you they'd be punching
I
pad.
had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I want punching pad. Alright, Charlene. Gotta wait for everything to load. There it goes. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Never lost them. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. Okay. Quest complete. Let's open this coffer before I forget. Yeah, don't mind the bag space. I'll clean it up eventually. Let's see here. There it is. Wow. Much better. Oh wow. That was kind of cool. All right. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Sojiro and Estinian's first time in Charlene, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? Sounds good. It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at Levelure Estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. It sucks their dad is Odin, you know? I'm equally untethered as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. Chisme. The annex was west of the Ethereite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith by thy leave. What have you seen? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. A bro can just leap onto like any building and just view the land. But I could. Oh. Sounds like one of the old cartoons. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Sojiro. Charlene awaits. Nah, you get to go without me. Alright, let's see what Charlene has on. Oh. Graha is now accompanying me. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Graha behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. Oh, that fish around looks cool. You can also speak with Graha and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Graha accompany you again, you may return soon. While Graha is accompanying you, next try speaking with Graha. Yes. Oh, this is Sky Builders. Nice. What's up? Yeah. What's up? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Okay. Alright. All set. Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Girls now accompany you, lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Quell at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. I kind of would rather just run off on my own, honestly. I thought they would be slower. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Yeah, how is it shooting water out constantly? Is there like a pipe underneath her dress, just pumping water? I'm grateful to have Kryl help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem like at glance, but Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. Okay. Here we are, the Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sarlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is it's bland. How's the joke go? That's white people food. It's bland. That's funny. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and tastes a distant second. Isn't it like the way, like if you're a bodybuilder, you're doing diet, like everything's bland, but you're not dieting or eating that way for taste. You're doing it because it's, dietary values, whether it be like carbo loading and things like that. So these people here in Charlene are very you just by the way they do food, you can just see that they're very logical people, like it's like a whole freaking city full of Spocks. There was one people at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of the fine dining in Charlene. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an island of otherwise mediocre fare. It's kind of a good point to bring up though, like if they're supposed to be a civilization that is all about, knowledge and learning things, you would think that would be one thing that they would, all knowledge, so like cooking and knowing about spices and things like that, wouldn't that be like something that's definitely want to preserve that knowledge, because that's something that's like almost like an art form, especially like baking. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlene when it came to cheap and convenient raw, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Ethereal Plaza. That's cool. I need to attune myself to the crystal. Charlotte looks pretty dope. I like the song too. Yeah, I can teleport here now. I got the market board. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is perfectly functioning ethereite. Remember to introduce yourself. I just did that. Bro. I'm way ahead of you. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In depicting the underlying principles of Allegan Ethereites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora Charlene largest market. Ah, laggy. So many people. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlene, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. I am overselling it. On a more serious note, the next stop of our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to Ethereal Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. Okay. Pick it up there. Probably easily. Oh, I didn't know the top one was a... Never mind. These little decorative features are typical Charlene architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlene's, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and the propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Yeah, I don't read so good. See, this grand structure before you is Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. I'll cover the camera. Alright. Am I boring you out? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival at the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answer were, all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlene. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Aw, man. Crystarium. I say it like that, like, oh man, Crystarium, like I missed that place, and it's like I could just teleport there and go see it. But yeah, memories. I say, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fitly named journeys and walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Boop. Boop. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkurif built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the resident district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlean families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelor. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlean tour to a close. Hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Baldician Annex. You remember the way, do you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor across the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Ethereal Plaza. Correct, after you, Shajiro. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the arrows on my mini map. No, I can't mount up here. This place is so cool. I like the music too. It's real relaxed. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomena, but I think we will explored enough for one day. Sorry. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Sojiro and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. Who the heck are you? It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sojiro. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Well, I am the Warrior of Light. Ojika Sunjika? The heck? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day. Doesn't look like you're kidding me. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Quirrell and Graha's reports. So for me, this is akin to seeing fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Oh, thank you, little tiny person. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'll check something on my phone. Okay. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlene. Quit sliding down. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. At the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet, it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoria Forori Fall. The Telophory? Whatever. Through the door on the left, there is a main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion began in earnest. I've provided private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. The nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few weeks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following mornings. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Alright guys, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom, get something to drink. Also, probably have a cigarette. So, just give me a second. Alright. I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Alright, guys. Let's hit the main story up again. Take a drink of water real quick. Yes, I have water this time, not Mountain Dew. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't have chugged that much water. All right. Oh, shoot, I forgot to read it. Sorry. Sorry, I just feeling a little bit dizzy. Please be voiced.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's alright, man. I'll forgive you this time.
It's fine, Moriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
We shall. Welcome any new users in the chat.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
Plethora, huh? Okay.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservators which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Hope everybody's day's going alright. Going good.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
If you guys can drop a follow, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Recalcitrance. Such big words. Well, for me, it's big.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Oh, wow.
Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavner.
Thavner.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Rads at Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
All right.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Yep, the Warrior of Light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavner would seem the obvious choice.
Oh, obviously.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnerian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Yeah, so we're gonna split up.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Oh, of course. Of course. Would there be any other way?
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
Alright.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
She's probably gonna keep... Let's see. I'm gonna guess it's between Ishtola, Graha, and Alphanod. Pretty sure it's gonna be Alphanod and Graha though. I don't think Ishtola wants to stay behind.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
I was wrong. Okay.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Oh, okay.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Yeah, why don't you all just stay? I'll just go handle all on my
the
own.
more the merrier.
I got it. I'm a warrior of light. Come on. Come on.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
Oh, you know he's gonna go.
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yes. Fruitful indeed. Let's hope. Well, fine. What does it look like though? That's cool. Wait, what? Oh. I think I'd rather go over here. I have Quill's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Ethereite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Quill was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. He does not look happy about that. Thou wilt recall the hunt of Icehot, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Mombrita. Oh, Mombrita. Mombrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Of course not. He doesn't want to face them. Come on, think we... I attempted to do so earlier, but my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspect have reveled unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Poor guy. Feel for him. Like, he doesn't know what to say, you know, it's kind of messed up. It's always a hard thing, you know. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we shall look for a researcher named Kite. Can you do both? So I figured this one would be... I wonder if I should go back and do the other one too. like that way. Oh, I see how I'm supposed to get there. What are you? The hunt for specimens. See me? Masamune. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ah, I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts that you're familiar with in Eorzea. As I understand it, I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak of with Northote at the price still to register your interest at your earliest convenience. I think you, small person. Oh, forgot to read it. Sorry. By the scholar, you're Sojiro. I was half convinced I'd set the others on an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaners guild ship has been posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. It was a good tune. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half of the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that much. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? I mean, got some questions, like, should I be touching the samples? Like, should I be wearing gloves? Like, come on. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let us have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. I could do hunts now. Yay. Yeah, come on. Where they got Diablo's wings? Oh, those are cool. Oh, that's a cool cat. I like that. And then materia. Wow, materia 9? Jeez. Alright. Gotta be here. Just hasn't loaded yet. There we go. Well, no. This is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? You wish. Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Krill, of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavner, and understand that you can assist us. The test subjects. Welcome. Test subjects. Is this a fly situation going on? I'm already part man, part cat. Alright. Test subjects. Yeah, Thancred had the same idea. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an ethereite, you ordinarily need to attune to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurling along the life stream. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? I would say you're a madman. That's crazy talk. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. Sounds like she's trying to pitch an idea to the Shark Tank. What if I could tell you that there's a way to teleport to an ethereite you've never been to before? Let me show you how. For just 20% equity into my company. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of ethereite that doesn't require attunement. But is it safe? Like, am I gonna teleport and not be missing, like, my arms or something like that? Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these ethereites, but the ethereites themselves must be pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Okay. Alright. But it just so happens that our first test pair of ethereites, one has been installed here in Charlian, the other one in Yedilhemed, a port town in Thavnar. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzet-Han, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, to sum up, we're the test these ethereites. How fortuitous for you. Yeah, lucky you that you get to play with our lives. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like you, good sir. Good self. For your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Alright. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours. So, yeah. Consent, guys. Right? That's what this all is about nowadays. Consent. The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Yeah, that does seem pretty important. I do want to keep on doing that thing called living. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Scrowl truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Blawadia not present today? Oh, you didn't hear they recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. You missed your chance. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Oh, sorry. Well then. And away we go. There we go.
Right, we're all set.
Right, we're all set. Can I have a bottle of water before we go?
Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
Lucky you.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Of course you would. Those murderous little eyes.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. air is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Oh boy. Beam me up, Scotty. Or
Oh, and one last thing.
beam me there.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good
Oh,
luck!
thanks for telling us before we go. Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh, and by the way, while you're teleporting, you might, I don't know, violently throw up all your guts. But it's cool. I'm sure you guys are okay with that, right? Freaking hell, man. There we go.
Thavnir, home to city-state Radz Athan.
Radz Athan.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
For a time.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh. There's the vital and throwing up.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Stinian's look of disappointment. It's like, oh god, come on, guys. Wasn't that bad. Mr. Already Attuned. It's like we just ate Taco Bell or something.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Oh man. Sounds like one of those Mexican remedies. Just bring me some Sprite, some crackers. It's a Mexican cure-all. Sprite and crackers.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, great. He's basically gonna spend all their coin. Stinian, come back. Don't waste all our coin on blackjack and hookers. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Oh, great. Shit. Where is he? There he is. Oh. Of course. Chocobo, heal me. 3, 2, 1. Oh. He's right there. Just yell out. There. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. But by the Menusa, traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amara Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Thavnar, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Jesus Christ. That is way too much for a drink, bro. Way too much. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. Deny? I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Yeah, no shit. What? Sincerest apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. Yeah, that sounds more reasonable. Humph, the confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well. Then, your coin. Here, a bottle for you. Take them to the others and get some. I'll be back after I explore the town. Oh, great. Ugh. Come on, let me attune. What if I drink the bottle? Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heart felt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. Oh, dang it, I didn't read it. Sorry. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it was a Travarian weave, though, and tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? Oh God. Oh God. I'm guessing he paid 20,000 gil. $9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Twas nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphadon could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Azure Dragon to put up more of a fight. And without something I missed here. I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem expensive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnar as its dominion, the nation of Rads Adhan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Yeah, there's something going on. Its prices are way too high. At the beginning, there were the Arcasodara, a Matagnav tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only a bit by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzathan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap the people have fallen upon hard times. I want to say people fell on hard times. I mean, there's probably something going on right now in the nation that's, causing people to increase prices like that, Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye, we've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Grail's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedil Hamad. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. So Jiro, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetherite, off-putting through the mere sight of it maybe. Already tuned. Hey, gemstone trader. Okay. All right. Crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they had been left for too long. Oof. Okay. Alright. What about this fine lad over here? Well, no. If it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunar. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. Ooh, okay. I wonder if those were those things in the Endwalker trailer. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only God knows. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though. I'll record my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Calzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my operation, I've come to realize. It's hot. Let me turn on my fan. Sorry if it makes too much noise. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Oh yeah, getting on top here. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. It's a good way to get fired. I mean, not like they have money to pay you anyways. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city's the city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take a risk. Gah. But this was an erroneous loss. Enormous loss, sorry. Alright, forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the Brunel Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. Sigh. I know all these things. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nope, just a warrior light, buddy. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsaya, and I'm here to see... Hey, you're not paying attention, buddy. Like someone's there for you, and you're just like over here talking, and it's not a good business. Oh, seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yep. You ain't even paying attention. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Ka too, did you? I'm Matsaya, a fisherman of Akayali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to the Ka, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the Castorium had been struggling, I became worried and decided, had to just come see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I'm a warrior light, buddy. I kill things. An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Well, by golly, I could use your help. Then, that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? No. Do you hear a woman in your head saying, think, hear, and feel? Yeah. Can't help you, buddy. You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Cal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. Poor Snuffleupagus. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not pedal the fish in my steed and show me how it's done? Well, I'm not much of a salesman either. If you're willing, please let me know. And you could bargain at once. You could begin at once. Well, sorry. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish too. Shall we say 3 people here in whatever? I will observe you and learn. Right, says now. Yeah. Just like before. Okay. Moves fast for a big guy. Yes. Fish. I got fish here. Fresh fish. Straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Fresh from the bosom to your mouth. Man. The imagery of that. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? I'm gonna go with number 1. I like that one. I'm sure your bosom fish. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Oh, I failed to make a sale. Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll feel better with the next customer. I will not. Where'd you go? Did he fall in the water? What the heck? Fell in the freaking water, bro. Fall in the water again. Alright, let's try to sell this fish. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amara. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. No. As I said, it's Amara that I want. If I wanted fish, I would have just asked for it. Oh well. If it's not what they want, then that's no point in forcing it. Let's move to the north of town, shall we? I feel like you're not supposed to be able to sell the fish, regardless. I could be wrong. It feels like no matter what option you pick, it's just not. There you go. Watch this guy's gonna be like magically, yeah, give me all your fish. Okay. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Ugh. You have fish? I'll buy all your fish. I'm hungry. Oh, aether sickness. No, nothing that's so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You know what would cure that? Some fresh fish. Straight from the bosom of the ocean. Some fresh fish will shatter your stomach. And mine are the freshest of all. Okay, food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Never mind, we just approached him at the bad time, and timing and everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. You're welcome, Elephant Man. Dale, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kyle soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Metsuya? Cass, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Metsaya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. the sisters as my witness. Bro, it's me, the warrior light. Like, no, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. Many thanks again, and please take care on the road. My guys, I'm the warrior light. I'll fix everything. Just give me like a week. I'll take down all those little towers. Wait, can we fly already? Dang. Oh, stupid of me. I should have known. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Yeah, I failed at selling fish because I said it came from the bosom of the sea. So yeah, that happened. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many local livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are strongly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telefori. That Matsaya fellow you were helping, he's Dora, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, I doth stand to reason that Sodara would be their primary targets. Just call them elven people. Tired trying to say the name. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akayali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krill's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. You do not see Metsaya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Hunt monster right there. Wait. Oh, I did pass it. Do not see Metsaya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Matseya's voice and it came from the north. Let's go. Ride my cool bike. There you go, buddy. You're safe. I saved it, did you? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? 'Cause I saved you, buddy. Warrior Light. I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Bro, it was just like not that far. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the elephant people were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if we took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of those beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that may bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thine divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. Yep, from the bosom of the ocean. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about those our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good at gods. We're good gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Follow the road west and down the hill. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Davnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existence before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in that tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions to the village. I miss flying already. This is a super small village. My friend, the name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourselves at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kenga, and old, no man, I can't say these names. They are free at the moment, as it happens. Oh, you wish to know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is once you hail, but our island is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Manusa, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, but others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. All right. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusa and the Murga deities, who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusa, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusa coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusa have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Oh, okay. It's like Ganesh and stuff like that. basically what these elephant people are. There you are. Learned a thing or two about the gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go fetch it for once. Please be voiced. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Oh, snap. It's the sisters. Man, I remember them from 10. And other games too, like 6. That's cool, running into the sisters. They are Mansuya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindurava, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in highest regard. To her right is the middle sister, Sindurava. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurava, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which keep in mind their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Mansuya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the elephant people. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It is said that the ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzadhan, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Well, dragon ally sounds like a Stinian. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It's very kind for you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Krill's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nihana. According to Krill's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Alright. Oh shoot, I didn't read. Sorry. So I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Whoa, someone's got the hots for her. Oh, there was a fate that popped up. Did it already end? Oh, that sucks. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's like they did it different instead of getting those aether currents now. It's just like, oh, do this quest and you get flight already. Because I'd really appreciate that. I wonder if that's what that blue quest was over there. Was for me to get flight. Yeah, I'll teleport over there once I get over here. Oh boy, people look dead. This is not good. Ah, I should have attuned first. Dagnabbit.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
Oh, please don't tell me they're all just starving.
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Okay, good. They're not dead.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
I'm guessing that's what they eat.
We have new scales?
Oh god. She's like, yeah, food. Oh, they all popped up. They're like, yep, scales. Scales? Oh, let's go eat.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Oh, not food, okay.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
We are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Or I could, you know, just go destroy the tower.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
You just realize, like, who the hell are you people?
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Yeah, that's me. Warrior of Light.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva!
Cinderuva.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Oh. Stinny and something don't feel right.
Curious that it concerns you so.
This dude's like, don't worry about it, bro. I got it.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Something doesn't sound right, bro.
That is well.
Yeah, something fishy going on.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Oh god. Creepy rape hands.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Come, Stinian. Get them all. Dragonfire dives in.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Yes, we shall.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Let me go tune real quick. You know what? We'll go back here real quick because I want to pick up that blue quest. I wonder what that was. And my inquiring mind is getting the better of me. I gotta know. Alright, where is it at? There it is. are the Matagara everywhere. Sounds fallen. Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the. Oh yeah, I am. I'm Ogul of the Catalan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga? Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matagan, you turn tail and flee as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare isle as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for the time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have worked that pays a fair wage, so I see what she has for me. Oh, please, let this be the only quest I have to do when I get flying. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Batanja. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Oh, come on now. Welcome to Traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Sujito and Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did I have to be a Matara? Is your companion quite alright? She's just scared of you. An understandable reaction. The Gajushura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting. I can fight. Lest you doubt my skills is likened to that of the Dragon Blade, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with that name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and asked that I send prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an elephant person who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Gulp. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at their feet of my most feared enemy. Sachiro, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me. Yeah. In the name of Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Should just give me the whole reward. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Then that is where we shall meet. I will find you there, yes? Yeah. Scaredy cat. You must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Oh my god. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way, I have no need to fear him, or being harmed. Perfect. I must say this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened of elephant people? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. You got it, buddy. I'll go as run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue patrol. Oh boy. I already see something up ahead. I got it. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. You're welcome, buddy. Gasp. What happened? She kind of reminded me of Zenatu right now. Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing Montanja stood by my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Grandmother taught that we should let fear. That sounds weird. Not to sound ungrateful, Sujiro, but why did you follow me? To make sure you don't die. We were to patrol. Forgive me. I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reach safety. I guess. Oh, dang it. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment that you can collect from Kankana. Right, I suppose we should report to Kankana then. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on the job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Davnar rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each, as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if so. Attending with the Aether Current allows you to better understand the area's movement of the winds. Oh, god dang it. Well. It says move to my collection. What does that mean? It means there's a different spot for it now? Yeah, more reading. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Sojito is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify the etheric emissions. Indeed, we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify those protective properties through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. I like that one. Better than having my drug drawn, I suppose. Aha, perhaps so. And knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your tasks, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields with you. I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Let's do it. In that case, Irandra and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could go with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessings to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you there. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. The dude back there, just constantly spinning, like. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move to a certain distance before emitting powerful blasts of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric. Repeat. Now retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. I should just RP walk. Yeah. Ready, Aether. Please stand back. You were struck by a powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Yeah. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. wonder if I have to move a certain distance or I just have to wait for it to go off. You were struck by another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject's stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirm. Resuming tests. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. You are struck by the strongest blast of aether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. You got it, little buddy. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deep off your hands. Here you go. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of that sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Yup. A-okay. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt you or aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Oh, yep. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spirit weed. Spirit weed, huh? Okay. You see, our talisman requires the use of our special ink, but we have oh, I already said that. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spat of kidnappings, however, we elephant people travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Yeah, I guess I could. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Alright guys, so here we go. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Probably are. Gasp! Look out, Sojiro! Oh, okay. Y'all wanna play? Wanna play? That's what I thought. Scared of it. Gods. But that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You were all right. I hope. Good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Yo, what the heck is that, bro? Cool looking you. Cool looking you, monster. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya is a great dancer, and those who follow in her. Okay. Weird way to say that. You know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Yeah, I'm sure he's facing some pretty difficult trials, just staying in the walls. Trying to protect his people. Can you tell me of the satrap? Do you trust the satrap?
Completely. Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Han would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasudra.
Arkasudra and the Gajasura.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasudra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
What was it?
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Okay, so he doesn't run everything. He's kind of just like oh, shit's happening, take care of it. Okay.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
And Daniel?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls.
Alright. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Sure thing. I'll teleport right there. Sujiro, many thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. No problem. Everything is welcome. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. but when last I looked there were still plenty. I suspect that was before Uranjay told everyone about their tempering cure, and Astinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. Great. Yep. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as appreciated the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone where kidnappers are at large. Sujiro, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island, owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity. It has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose you once more? I got you. Oh, sorry. I keep hitting this thing. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainua. He will furnish you with the ore. Well, alright then. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamas, Mistress Nidan? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamas to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Man, I got my own ride. I don't need yours. Get my ride. Yeah. Hydraulics. Here are the Hamash, Sojiro. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to the Eors and Dodos. Hamas have long been kept as livestock in Duvnar, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these were recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make the outpost and set forth at your word. Yeah, come on, let's go. Oh shoot, my name is yet. Notice be off. If you haven't ridden Dodos before, be warned they have a wobbling gait. Specular formation stretching out over the water is going fast. Specular stretching out over the water is called Gahada, a word which means sword. The sword legend holds was wielded by the Mansuya against the Murga before it was cast at conflict's end. To the left and requiring no introduction to the tower, as you can see it straddles the small island. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is at top of the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Yeah, I'm just reading it from the text in the chat box. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Someone go in there and mess shit up. So, come on, I got this. Oh, that armor looks cool. Whoa, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. That's kind of weird. Like, everybody before him has gone to foreign lands to represent the satrap. Like, kind of sounds like some conspiracy shit. Like those before him. Oh yeah. As for myself, I assure you that all I do for my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will. Bedin, thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Sojiro Masamune of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Yep. Definitely would. An excellent idea. Given an unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings that can be shared, that you can share. You two bring the kid to the latest, bring the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. There. Moody. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefori? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. I don't know either, man. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can't beat that. We won't let... Well, You can beat that. We won't let. You can bet that we won't let these bat have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Okay. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folks were taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nuenar. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to the corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, but be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. That sucks. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hoped it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Radzat-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vassals stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need to but follow the road east upon the Hamish. You will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. The Hamsa. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers its back to you. Should you become separate from your seed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the hatchery we mounted again. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Shoot. Oh, let's go this way too. No sooner do you arrive at the destination than the Hamsa dashed off. Hi, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenutha. Is there something you require? Yeah, I'm here to help. Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. I'm gonna assume something's gonna happen, and I'm gonna have to do something. Here you are, a stack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need to ask. I'm gonna do my first dungeon, bro. Welcome back, Sujito. I hope you have the Giant Skull. Yep, here you go, buddy. Yeah, here you go, buddy. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test. So please take your ease while you can. Bro, I'm like ready to test it now.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Our taskmasters.
We have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
Yep. That they are, really.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
Poor Stini.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
thing around you. Being all profound.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Daniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
An orgy of pain and suffering. I like that. I'm gonna use that. Die in an orgy of pain and suffering.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Ooh. Such vivid wording there, Thinker. Thank you.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Sorry. It's rough, man. And I relate to that so much, you know. I used to be an officer. I used to work at a detention center, a jail, and man, I used to see so much. I used to see so many like bad things that happen, you know. It wasn't just like the inmates that did bad things. I mean, there was some inmates that had bad things happen to them too, you know, like just because they didn't pay like child support or something, you know, the judges would just throw them into jail because they were in contempt of court or something, and they you know, they just lock them up. But also the injustices that happen to other people too, you know. Like I remember there's one time they had it was a pretty famous case. It was like a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old or something. I remember they killed the 16-year-old. They killed his mom, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it was just because I just wanted to do it, just like for fun or something like that, and it was just terrible, you know, like what the heck, you know, why would you do that? Like, I just don't know, you know, exactly as Justinian said. The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. I've dealt with so many pedophiles being locked up, having to protect them because pedophiles, man, they don't last very long, you know. dudes in prisons and jails. They find a way to take care of them. Protect them as much as we can, you know. Segregating them from general population to protect them from getting shanked, as they call it. Seen a lot of the shit I saw there. Just reminds me of all that stuff, you know.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Yeah. Dang. Yep. So true.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
This tastes like what?
What is it? What did you see? Van Daniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds!
At long last!
Oh, they did it. They were on the verge of a breakthrough and they did it. Great Scott.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Indeed, Ranji. Indeed.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
Don't jinx
It is for
it.
the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
I can do either or. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Oh, you need Nask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I don't want to be too mean.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
I like this chick. She's got a good work ethic.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
They just all talked about not going alone and, you know, being protected and stuff. And then there they are like, oh, I'll meet you there. I'll go by myself. I have a car that's a 4-seater. Like, we can travel together. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. Yeah, don't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this up, the more nervous I become. Let us be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Come on. Don't pull Icarus.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Why do I feel like Fandango's playing them? Like he's stopping the
A few more steps.
like he's stopping the aura. He's waiting for them to get super close. And he's gonna reactivate it and show them that doesn't work.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. We all knew that was gonna happen. Of course.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Oh, Fandango, you.
A little late for
Piece of
heroics, I'm
work,
afraid.
bro.
The similarities. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories. But I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old.
At your service.
Oh, snap. Really? That's the dude from the Crystal Tower, I think, isn't he?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
Dang, Emmett Salt, really?
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
fall of the Empire affirm the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Ah, you return. But where's Mistress Nadana? Manusra preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Alright guys, oh man, it's about 3. Alright, I'm gonna have to call it there. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, you know, please drop a follow if you can. I'll probably be posting this up on YouTube later on as well, so drop a like, a follow, and see y'all in the next one. Later.